Yes, I can talk. The stream's more of a chill stream tonight, though. Oh, that's awesome. That's good to see. Yeah, the A1 Mini is definitely much more stream friendly in my opinion. Um, while I love printing on the P1S, it's hard to capture good lighting even with my LED kit installed. Because it's an enclosed printer, it's harder to film in my opinion. Hey there, Dark Owl. Hoo hoo. um, but I think moving forward, I'll probably be doing a lot more streams on the A1 Mini here. Just because I just think it looks a lot better on camera. Not to mention, it's much more chill to watch the A1 Mini print than the P1S. Yeah? Well, how is it? Let me know how that is. I'm curious what you can get for $5. This is gonna be a crystal skull. And I'm printing it with a new filament I just picked up. Let me actually look at my order. It's a clearish see-through PLA. Hold on. I need to remember the brand. It is iSandmate is the filament brand. So far it's printing pretty well. It is a transparent glitter filament with purple and blue gradients. Hey, Sax. Favorite thing I made? Probably the multi-board. Just because it's off to the side, you really can't see it right now. It's actually hanging on the wall. It's a modular mounting system where I can print off different mounting points for it, and I can store different things on it. Like right now, I have some of my printing tools and my miscellaneous things I use for printing a lot on it. Nope, just a simple 3D printer stream today with voiceover by me. Oh, that's awesome. So I actually made a smaller print of this earlier today, just to test out the filament and everything. And let me tell you, it's gonna look really cool. I know some of you in chat might know what this print is already. Yeah, that's one thing with YouTube chat. There is a little bit of delay from when I see it and when I can respond to it, so just keep that in mind. It will be a little delayed. Yeah, it just, takes a little bit of time for the packets to travel over the internet, so there's a little bit of a delay. I do have to say, I know a lot of you have probably watched already my Wolverine short. Just want to say thank you for everybody that watched that. I think it's getting close to 7 million views right now, and I'm just amazed and so thankful that it's gotten that many views, and it's all thanks to you guys. Yeah, I just use Streamlabs for just that notification, pretty much. That way I don't have to keep on typing it or saying it over and over again. But like I was saying, I'm really grateful to everybody out there that's watched that short of mine. That I would never have believed that short would be getting close to 7 million views now, and it's all thanks to everybody out there. I'm so grateful. So, a little bit of information about this print. I actually switched up to a larger nozzle. This is actually my 0.6 hardened steel nozzle I'm using with the A1 Mini. The reason I switched, for this print, I didn't need the most finest details, so using a little bit larger nozzle works out. And two, it's a glitter filament, so being a glitter filament, it's a little bit more abrasive, so I wanted to use a hardened steel nozzle, and that was my 0.6 I have. Because I still need to pick up some hardened steel nozzles for the P1S as well. I just have my backup 0.4 regular steel. It's on my to-do list for my P1S is to pick up some hardened steel nozzles and to replace the internal gears with hardened steel gears. So it's on my to-do list. You know what? With this filament I have right now, an ice cube might be a pretty good print later on. Because this is supposed to be a transparent filament, so I think that'd be a good idea. Actually, let me show you guys and gals the mini version I made of this same print earlier, so you get an idea of what it's gonna look like. Like I said, some of you out there in chat might recognize that. Yeah, I think when I get around maybe 1,000 hours on it, I'm gonna swap it out. Right now, I'm just doing PLA for all my prints. Honestly, I got the P1S to like if I wanted to print, you know, those carbon filaments and everything, but not really finding myself printing that much of that kind of stuff right now. We have a winner. Good job, Sax. Yeah, when I seen that Sax, I had to print it because it's and I'm doing something a little bit different with mine. So hey there, Simon. Do you guys like the miscellaneous Halloween prints around the printer right now? I think as the closer and close, like as more time passes, I'll obviously be printing more Halloween stuff out. Oh, don't worry about that, Dallas. Um, I, I like I said, I never, you don't ever have to worry about that, okay? I appreciate it, but you don't have to, okay? Yeah, I think tonight there's a larger Halloween print I need to do on P1S. Um, it might be a multi. It's gonna be a few different prints for it, but it's gonna come out really cool, I think. Yeah, like if I want to go abrasives, I think I'd just start something like maybe PET G carbon fiber, and I can run that on my Mini. Unless I want to go something big, I guess. That's. I really wish the P1S had the same nozzle system that the Mini did. Um, I do realize that the A1 and A1 Mini do have some newer tech than the P1S, but the nozzle system on the A1 and A1 Mini, I love it. Like that has to be like one of my favorite things about the A series from Bamboo is just how easy it is to swap those nozzles. Who knows what that new Bamboo is gonna be, Sax? All there's only one thing I've heard that's confirmed. That was during the AMA. That's gonna be larger. Not sure in the print size. I'm gonna assume a minimum of 300. But I've heard a bunch of rumors. I don't want to repeat the rumors because they're rumors. But like who knows what that printer is gonna be? But I'm holding off. I'm getting a bigger printer. Well, I'm saving up for a bigger printer. I'll probably pick one up next March, and I know there's gonna be a few on the market by then. So will definitely give me some options, lay some reviews out. That way I know what's good, what's not good. I know Creality's coming out with their K2, which should be pretty cool. Oh, okay, that's cool. But what was I saying? Oh yeah, the Creality K2 is gonna be a bigger printer with an AMS. Well, I think they're calling it CMS, Creality Material Systems. Um, that thing looks promising. Um, for a bigger, large format printer. Then right now, the Solvo SV08's out right now. Um, I've seen a lot of good things about that. So, and I could always go cheap for a big printer and get one of the Elgu Maxes too. Which, trust me, I've been thinking about. But right now, my A1 Mini and the P1S are, you know, are working pretty well for me. I don't need a bigger printer right now. I just think as maybe as my YouTube channel grows and I get, you know, just as time passes on, I think I will need a large format printer. Oh, it happens, Simon. Don't worry about it. We're just going to keep on doing what we're doing right now. Don't worry about anything else, okay? Yep. You know, it's best in life not to worry about little things like that. It happens. I'm just going to keep on doing my own thing. Eventually, you know, people like yourself, they'll sit here and watch the stream because they like it. And that's one thing. Not everybody's going to like what you do. And you got to realize that. But you just keep on doing what you're doing. And as long as you're enjoying what you're doing and having a, you know, good time, like I am here. Like I'm enjoying talking to you guys, enjoying printing. And I'm just going to keep on doing it, okay? And it's a generally good thing just in life. Like, you know, there's going to be people that don't agree with you. But, you know, you just got to keep on your own path. Now, that doesn't mean don't listen to advice or other people advice or anything, but, like, you know, just haters going to be haters. You got to ignore them. I'm in the same boat, Sax. But like, what's on the market right now? It's the SCOA or the Elgu Neptune for me. But like, I know what's coming out here in the next few months and like year or so. So, if I needed another printer right now, I would probably go with SV08 or the Elgu Neptune. But I don't need one right now, so I have the luxury of waiting. Hey there, Ash. What's up? Well, if you can't tell by what's on screen right now, I'm getting into the Halloween season just a little bit. Is the background music too loud, guys? Do I need to turn it down at all? The Mini is just so relaxing to watch print. Awesome, okay. Yeah, I need to switch up my music a little bit. Right now it's just like chill. lo-fi, but I know because I'm just using Stream Beats for it. I got a whole bunch of music. This is just my playlist I have going right now. I need to see what else is in there and switch it up a little bit. I don't think I'm ever going to take this 0.6 nozzle off the Mini now. It's just printing way too fast. I love it. You know, that's one thing I haven't done yet is print something in vase mode. I still haven't done that. I might do that later. So who's watched my newest short with the koi? They're going around in a circle. Yeah, I found that on Maker World and had to print it. Yeah, when I seen it, I'm like, ooh, this is really cool. It's such a simple mechanism too, how it works, but the effect is really cool. Yeah, you can see the front of the skull taking shape a little bit now, can't you? With like the teeth up front. If I had the space for it, oh, it'd be cool to get one of the new FL Sun printers, but those are really loud, and I just don't have the space for them because they're big printers, really tall, but they are fast. Sounds like it when you have it going. I've watched a bunch of videos on it, and it just sounds like a vacuum going, like a really loud vacuum. But yeah, tonight's just a chill Wednesday stream, so don't have any projects planned or anything, but I wanted to print this and show everybody, and just chill and hang out. Okay, I'll see you later. Oh, nice. So, I was talking about that Wolverine short earlier and how grateful I was to everybody for watching it. I knew it was close to 7 million, but I just checked. It's actually officially over 7 million now. Like, thank you, everybody. Really appreciate that. It just floors me that it got that many views. Was not expecting anything close to that. So the next helmet I'm gonna be printing, I think I'm gonna be printing like a medieval knight's helmet. It's for a friend. They were asking about it, a real life friend. So I'll be printing that pretty soon next on the P1S. I'm gonna see how I'm gonna slice it up first, and I think I'm gonna do it in multiple parts. They're really big into Renaissance fairs, and I guess they have a suit of armor and helmet's the last thing they were missing. They're gonna do all the finishing work on it. I'm just gonna pretty much provide the raw helmet to them, but it's a friend, so. I've never been into Renaissance fairs myself. I mean, I can see the appeal of Renaissance fairs. It's just. Oh, 1, 2, 5 or 6. It came with 6. There's surprised, angry, normal, heart-shaped. Oh, that's all I can remember off the top of my head. And for each eye shape, it also comes with a matching mesh lens you can print out too. You know, because it's got it from DO3D, and so what you have is there's 2 sets of side panels. You get the Wolverine ears and the Deadpool sides. Then it has 2 different chins. You get the zombies have Deadpool chin, normal chin, and 5 different eyes. Thanks, Mark. Oh, best hype man out there. Mark just working his magic in the background. This is actually a crystal skull. It's a purple and blue transparent filament I'm putting the skull in. It's by Mate, I think is the brand of the filament. Let me take a look at the official name of this one. So it is by Mate. It's a transparent transition glitter filament with the gradient being purple and blue. Oh, blue violet galactic, sorry. First time actually using transparent PLA. And because it's a glitter filament, I switched to my 0.6 hardened nozzle for on the A1 Mini. Because with glitter filaments, they tend to be a little more abrasive. Plus, with a 0.6, it'll print faster. So, I think with a 0.4, this is like a 12-hour print, and I swapped it over to 0.6, and it's like 5. So 0.4 is pretty much standard nozzle size you're going to find on most printers fresh out of the box. It's a good middle ground between detail and speed. The larger nozzle size you get, the less detail you're going to have, but there's going to be more, it's going to be faster. Also, with larger nozzles, they're less likely to clog. I know for this printer, they have 0.2, 0.4, 0.6, and 0.8 are the nozzles you can get. And this is a 0.6, so for this print itself, I don't need the greatest detail. So that's why I was okay with a 0.6. I need to get better lighting in this office. Luckily, I had this this condenser microphone I picked up a while back, and it's working great for audio right now. But my lighting, I think with a lot better lighting, I think that you can see that a lot better. Ooh, what colors? And how many grams of filament? Well, AA, if you pay attention to a lot of 3D printing content creators, there's a lot of them out there that actually do printer giveaways on the regular, as well as miscellaneous contacts out there on Discord. Ooh, 50 grams. You know what I might do with that? D&D dice. Depending on the color. That's just me, though. But yeah, ANA Gaming. There is a few content creators out there in the 3D printing space, actually a decent amount, that if you pay attention to them and follow them, they do printer giveaways quite regularly. Thermochromatic colors. mean, that would still be pretty cool with dice. You give them in your hand, they warm up, be a different color then. Now, right now, AA, I don't have the resources or the connections yet to do any kind of giveaways like that. In the future, if I get big enough, I would love to do something like that. But right now, I'm just getting started. So. But no, there's some good content creators out there that really, they do giveaways every now and again and really support the community really well. Oh, I don't either sessions, but it'd still be cool. Another cool option for 50 grams, maybe a little fidget toy that change colors when you're playing with it. I'm just trying to think of something that'd take use of the thermochromatic effect. It's funny because this is like a transparent filament. On stream right now, that bottom layer is actually purple. But you can actually, you're looking through the build plate, at the back of the build plate, so it's looking brown. Oh, that's funny. There is. Like I said, it's transparent filament, so. So, this is technically a solid model, but I'm printing in lightning infill, like at 5% infill. So, it's pretty much going to be hollow inside. And without taking this into a 3D modeling software, what I did in the slicer is I added a negative part to the bottom there. That's why you see a little circle. And when it gets done printing, I'm actually going to just cut that out. I'm going to put like a LED candle in there. So the skull will be all lit up from the inside. It'll be a nice Halloween decoration. Well, thanks for watching the short. I appreciate that. Yeah, I try to go live at least, once or twice a week. I really don't have a set schedule for my lives. So. No, this is a pure display piece, so strength does not matter at all. Plus, because I'm using the transparent PLA, I didn't want infill, so. I haven't messed with crosshatch too much. I normally just stick with gyroid. I've heard too many horror stories with grid to ever go back to using grid again. But like I said, just a chill night tonight. Um, I do need to figure out some more painting streams, like I did this past weekend when I was putting together the zombie Deadpool helmet. That was fun, having all you guys there for that. Yeah, I haven't looked. Like I said, I haven't looked into crosshatch too much. You know, that's the cool thing about 3D printing is it can you can print anything. Um, well, within the laws of physics, that is. Um, but if you're good at designing, and you can design something up, and you can make it. Or the way things are now, there's so many different model repositories out there. If you need something, most of the time you might be able to find it in a model repository, from practical to toys to nonsense. There's so many different things you can make. It's all up to what you want to make. Like, the possibilities are almost endless. And I think if somebody's just starting out, the machine you're seeing right now, the Bamboo Lab A1 Mini, if you want to focus on more of the prints and the designing aspect, the A1 Mini is a great starter printer. Well, yeah, yeah, Mark. Like, that's the beauty of this hobby. Like, you are not. There's nothing. The printer can print as long as you can imagine it. Either it's probably already been modeled and somewhere out there, or if you're somewhat proficient, even if you're not proficient, just start using modeling software. You'll eventually learn. There's a lot of tutorials out there, and if you have the idea in your head, you can eventually turn it into a real object with 3D printing. And there's a lot of different modeling softwares out there. I haven't delved too deep into that myself, but yeah, there's a lot of different ones out there, different options. Um, and you don't have to use something. Let's say a CAD software might be better for precision, but if you want to do something more artsy, something like Blender works great. Well, a lot of things are hard. Just need practice. That's what I see. I just need practice with the stuff, like, and actually time to sit down with the program and working on it. That's what I need to do to get better. There is, but there's a few different not a few. There's a decent amount of different 3D modeling programs out there, and if you really want to get into it, I recommend trying a few different ones and see which one fits really what fits well with you. But just like anything in life, the more you practice and more hands-on you get with it, the better you're gonna become with the tool. I've printed a few throughout my. I think I made a Pikachu a long time ago. I made a few Pokemon balls. Just a few miscellaneous things like that. Hey there, Dylan. Yeah, Builder's Mark there. He knows a thing or two about 3D design. I'll just leave it at that. But depending on what you want to model, though, you don't necessarily need to use CAD. Like if it's more of an artsy print, Blender works for that just fine. I'm printing a ghost skull right now. Oh, go ahead and post it, Mark. Yeah, get the people the resources. If it's not showing up in chat, let me know, Mark. I can just give me the link and I'll post it. It's a beast. It pretty much wherever I throw at it, it'll print. It's fast. Um, my only initial issue I had was with the AMS. It took up too much space, but I printed a mount to have the AMS mounted on top. Can't really see it in this picture. You see the shadow of one of the spools. I need to find that mask real quick. Hold on. Well, if you're interested in 3D printing, no, like I said, I think you said you were watching that Wolverine short. This was not the printer that printed on that. I printed that with my larger P1S, Bamboo Lab P1S. But this printer right here, though, besides helmet stuff, well, even the Bamboo Lab P1S really isn't a helmet printer. It barely works for some helmets, mostly modular helmets like the Deadpool helmet I have. I barely can fit a Mandalorian helmet on it that fits my head. But if I had a bigger head, I would have to get a bigger printer. Like Stormtrooper helmets or Master Chief helmets will, unless you slice up into multiple pieces, will not print on the P1S or this printer, but in one piece. But what this printer is good for is printing that 90% of everything else that that's not a helmet. And if you're interested in 3D printing, the Bamboo Lab A1 Mini here is great, especially if you don't have any experience, because the user experience in this printer is amazing. Like, it's pretty much print and go, and you learn as you go. If you like tinkering though, you can probably get something a little bit cheaper, but you'd have to tinker with it a lot. So I don't really recommend printers that you have to tinker with to somebody that's just getting into the hobby. But the A1 Mini here, if you're just getting into the hobby, I highly recommend. Now let me try to find that Wolverine helmet. Okay, I found Wolverine, so I'm gonna show it. There's the helmet. Oh, I didn't even think about Print Club. That's a great idea. Yep, both of those are really good resources. Printing clubs and maker spaces. And the hobby is growing. So there's gonna be more and more opportunities to get into it. I think just because I just see the hobby growing more and more, especially as some of these new machines are coming out that are more user friendly. The hobby is gonna be expanding a lot. It feels that way to me at least. I might be able to in the future. I don't have any plans to right now, but you know, it's always something I could print in the future. I know I've seen plenty of Kirby models out there online, though. One thing I can say though, the most expensive. You might think the printers are the most expensive part of this hobby. You're wrong. It's the filament because there's so many different types of filament out there and cool filaments. And if you're printing a lot, you're gonna be using a lot of filament. That's where your long-term costs are gonna be. Generally, printers upfront costs, maybe a little bit of maintenance, but yeah, most of your expenses are gonna be filament long-term. But there is a lot of cool filaments out there. Like, I want to try all. I mean, I think most people 3D printing, you know, you want to try all the filaments. I just don't have the storage or the money, so I gotta be selective. Oh, 3D printing pens are pretty cool. I think they use PLA for those too, for a lot of them. I have not tried Protoprosta yet. Like, there's so many different brands I haven't tried yet. Like, I want to try Protoprosta. I want to try, what is it? I think it's Cookie CAD. I think they have some good filaments too I want to try. Doesn't Protopasta have Blood of Your Enemies as a color? Is that really good red? I think it is. I think that's Protopasta. I might be wrong on that though. But no, there's a filament out there called Blood of Your Enemies, and it has to be one of the best red filaments that I've ever seen. But it's a little on the pricey side. I mean, you know, the smaller filament companies you're gonna pay a premium for the uniqueness of the colors you get there. That's how it is. But they have some really cool stuff. That's one thing I've definitely noticed is like the smaller filament companies, they tend to have some of the coolest colors. And like just the coolest filaments. Oh, exactly. Like, you're not gonna get that from a big filament manufacturer. Oh, the filament probably with a 3D pen. Yeah. I haven't used one myself, but I know of them and know how they work. But I haven't used any. I used those myself. So when you're using the 3D pen, just think about, as that plastic comes out, that's each layer. Well, with a 3D printer, that tool head that's moving around right now, that whole thing is the 3D pen, and it goes layer by layer. So that little 3D printed ghost cat, the purple one, in the front, on the bottom of the screen there, there's actually like 3 or 4 of them in that set. I need to print the rest of those out. There's a few cool Halloween light boxes I need to get printed out here pretty soon too. My whole office slash workspace here is be nothing but Halloween prints here in the next few weeks. I'll have to look into that. Thanks. Yeah, I really haven't looked at any of those plans like that. I've looked at some of their colors. I haven't bought anything from them yet though. That's not too bad. Oh, did they actually have like real metal in them that actually like oxidize? Oh, that's cool. I can see that, like the copper and the iron, like some kind of steampunk type print. That'd look really cool. Is like the longer you have the print, the more oxidized it gets. That'd be cool in like an industrial or maybe a steampunky type 3D print. How are you speeding up the oxidation process? Oh, okay. That's pretty cool. Yeah. So speaking about Statue of Liberty, isn't it sort of crazy to think that it was actually a copper statue when they first made it? Like most people looking at the Statue of Liberty, like that because it's green now because of the copper. Yeah, it's how copper oxidizes. They don't. That thought doesn't run through their mind like, oh, that was copper at one point, or is copper, I should say. It's just sort of cool to think about. What is my cat doing outside the office? I think the cat's going through some zoomies right now. Just here going boom, 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 right out the hallway outside my office. It's going back and forth, back and forth. Yeah, cat's not allowed in the office with the 3D printer. That would just be bad. Don't want the cat getting hurt. So yeah, the 3D printing space is a no cat zone. At least when the printers are on. So I have noticed there's a little bit of stringing with this filament, but it's not too bad. Um, Especially it's on the inside. It's not really gonna be that big of a deal. Honestly, for cheap PLA, I've tried a few different ones. I've tried some of the Anycubic, the reasonably low price. What else have I tried? I can't even think of some of the other brands. Honestly, they're all the $12 to $14 range PLAs are all about the same, in my opinion. I really haven't found one that's better than the other. Some might be a little more shiny than the others. That's about it. But as far as printability, I haven't really found anything that's better than anything else in that price range. My 2 cents, if it's like between 12 and 14, get whatever's on sale. If you're looking for some kind of bulk filament buy. Like a lot of my black filaments, my white filaments, that's what I do because I go through so much black and white for some reason. I tend to buy the cheaper ones most of the time. The exception is I actually recently bought the new Panchroma line from Polymaker. I bought some of their black. I do have to say that stuff does print amazing. Yeah, but yeah. No, the new Panchroma. I've printed I think 2 or 3 different types of it so far. Yeah, so what Polymaker did, from my understanding, is they have new formulas for a lot of their filaments. So pretty much, I think it was called the Panchroma, but the Polylite PLA. It got rebranded in a new formula, and it's now like I think Panchroma Basics. Pretty much the same colors, but new formula and new spools that are supposed to be better for like AMSs and everything. I actually just So I did buy some Panchroma red for that Deadpool, zombie Deadpool helmet I posted the other day. And actually went through that whole spool. And man, I can tell a difference on the AMS light. Yeah, it's so much better when in the AMS, not light, but regular AMS. And the bed adhesion, I've noticed, is really good on the new Panchroma. And the supports, I didn't really have any issues removing supports with the Panchroma at all. So whatever Magic Polymaker did with their new formula, it worked really well. So right now I am printing a skull, transparent skull, and chit-chatting with chat right now. Have they released that yet, Mark? The new the mat? Last time I checked their website, I think it was still the old formula. Oh, they have? Okay, I wasn't sure. Because I know it was, when I went there, I was going to buy some when it first came out, and it had the old stuff on there still. Sacks. You know what? Let me go check their website right now. Do they have the new, let's see, mat? And I go to mat new. It's all not available right now. Well, let me rephrase that. They have two colors out. They have Lotus Pink and Sky Blue. But the rest of the colors are still look to be on their old formula. But no, yeah, like with the textured PII build plate I have, the new Panchroma basic line is some of the best bed adhesion I've ever had for PLA. I will say that. Yeah, I'm just, that's one of the reasons I don't let the cat in here. Well, thanks for stopping by there, Colton. I really appreciate it. Good chat. Hope to see you again in the future. But, my biggest fear, especially with, like, the bed slinger right now, the A1 Mini going, is the cat came in here, like, that nozzle, it's 220 degrees C. Cat gets, swiping her little paws up there, she could get seriously hurt. Well, you're half right, Mark. They have two colors out right now for the new stuff. I mean, it's a new product line, new formula, so it doesn't, setbacks happen sometimes. Who knows? I mean, there's the making of the filament, the logistics of getting it shipped. There's a whole bunch of stuff that plays into it, so it could be anything. But when they do come out with those new mats, I'm definitely probably going to have to get some of this new Panchroma mat. There's a few colors I want to try. Still need to get Celestial Purple. I think that's the one I need to get still. Yeah, it's that Celestial Purple I still need to get. That Celestial line looks really nice. Oh, so the mat was sticking just like the regular? Yeah, sad, boring, and boring. That's why I'm chatting with the chat right now while the printer's going. So if people have questions about printing, I can answer, or just questions in general. I'll try my best to answer. There's one problem with that, Mark. Yeah. It's a 0.6 nozzle and lightning filament. And it's a bamboo. They print generally fast anyways. Yeah, this is... First of all, the 0.6 was the only hardened nozzle I had for the A1 Mini. Because this is a glitter filament, I wanted to use a hardened nozzle. It's a little more abrasive. So, you have that hardened nozzle to help out. And, yeah, with the 0.6 nozzle, it more than doubled my print time for this print. Or lessened. Cut it in half. There we go. And the funny thing is, because of the angle of the camera right now, the color is actually looks totally different in person. Because you're actually seeing more of my print, my build plate than you are the actual colors of the print because of the transparent PLA. Which I find it's sort of cool. So it looks like a bluish, like almost brownish copper, doesn't it, on stream? Because where you're seeing that copper color is actually the transparent purple. I don't know. When I slice this up, Bamboo was telling me it's gonna like be 5 hours. I don't know about that. I started this right after... I started the stream right after this print started. And I've been live for 1 hour and 20. But yeah, I know a few people in chat definitely know where I got this model from. So the one thing about this model, on printables, there is a 3MF file for it, which I downloaded. And it actually had ironing turned on for some of the crystals over top surfaces. So I just went with it. So every now and again, if you see the printer sort of going back and forth in the same area, it's doing the ironing. We're gonna get to the skull. We're gonna be slowly getting to the crystals on it pretty soon. Like I said, I printed this a smaller version earlier today. It came out really well. Here, I'll show you guys the smaller version. It could be. Actually, let me go to slice real quick. Let me turn ironing off, see how much. Let me turn ironing off. Let's see. Yeah, but I also think the iron on the smaller piece, the ironing effect really worked out well, I think. So. Here is my ironing setting. Where are you at in Slicer? No ironing. Okay. I'm curious. I'm reslicing. See how long this could take without ironing. Honestly, it didn't reduce the time by that much, only like 20 minutes. So, the time difference isn't that much different. Yeah, because I'm already to the eye sockets on this. Yeah, this is my first time using this film, and I'm really happy with it, though. Definitely, for how I'm using it, the effect is really good. Ooh, what do you plan on printing with that? Did you finish up the design work on the bot? I take it then. Ooh, that'd be cool. Do you have a deadline on the bot, or is it just whenever the next whatchamacallit is? Okay. Yeah, it's it'd be a transparent skull print, a crystal skull. That's what I'm working on right now. If you can't tell about the other little Halloween objects, those are all things I've 3D printed past week or so. So, yeah, it's Halloween printing time. Some say it might be too early, but I'm saying it's not soon enough. So I think this weekend I'm gonna be rearranging my office slash print area, and I need to order some new furniture for this area to make it more streamer friendly. I know when I went live this past weekend, you couldn't really see. Cause I want to get the printer in the shot whenever I'm working on it at the same time when I'm doing stuff like that, like I did this weekend. And I just need to redo the setup in here. Yes. Do you see the... Okay, on the skull itself, do you see where the brown's at? That's not brown. That's my build plate you see in from the background. Like, I'm looking at it right now, like, head on. Oh, yeah. Let me show you the top of the my minis. So, like I said, I printed a small version first, just as a proof of concept. So let me show you this real quick. Well, let me see if the mic will stretch this far. So that's a minute. That's the hole right there in the bottom for the light and everything. And just look at that. How that worked, that filament. It actually looks like real crystal matrix on top of there. It's really good. This transparent glitter filament, it's working better than I thought it was going to do. And let me show you an example. I just need to find something real quick. My LED light won't fit in here all the way, but hold on. Right there they are. This might not pick up the best, but here it goes. I hope that showed up on camera well. Yeah, probably will. That's easy. That's an easy enough problem to solve, though, Mark. Honestly, this is probably gonna end up on the kitchen table, though. It's gonna be a centerpiece display in the kitchen. Oh, yeah. Also depends how much light I want out of it, too. Like, do I want to go like maybe a low light, like more creepy? But I think the brighter it goes, the less creepy it's gonna be. Because the way I have it set up right now is just those little like tea candles, like I just showed. So what's in the pumpkin and back. That's why I plan to go in there. Maybe I can get a brighter one or something. You can. I was actually looking up something for a lighting project I was thinking about doing, and yeah, hook up to a what was it, ESP? It was or EPS. I forgot what the little board's called. But no, yeah, hook it up there, and you can do a lot of lighting control out of that stuff. Random Discord pings going off in the background. I thought I had all my channels muted. Oops. Easy fix for that. Just turn off my speakers. There we go. Oh. Ooh. So, I think moving forward for the next few weeks at least, most of my streams on here, I'm probably gonna be printing something Halloween themed, at least with this printer. So yeah, if you want to watch Halloween type things get printed, this is the space for you, with you know, some chill background music and me just rambling on about random stuff most of the time. Somewhat 3D printing related. Ooh. That would be cool. You know, I do have some glow-in-the-dark filament. It's rainbow, but I do have some. I haven't used it in a while, but I do have the hardened nozzles on the Mini. Yeah, when I first started 3D printing, I picked up some glow-in-the-dark filament. I didn't realize a hardened nozzle was recommended for it, so I'm like, oh. I'm like reading about it, and that's as soon as I got that film, I'm like, oh, I can't use this. I need to get some hardened nozzles. So luckily, it's just A1 Mini. It came pretty quick when I ordered them. I mean, I could have used it. It just would have worn out my 0.4 a little bit faster because it wasn't hardened steel at the time. Because a lot of those luminous filaments, I learned after the fact, have the additives that make them glow, make them a little bit more abrasive. At least the one I got was. So yeah, that was a newbie mistake on my part right there. I probably would have been fine. Like, what I wanted to print with it wasn't that big, so I probably could have got away with it without hurting the nozzle too bad, but being new to the hobby, I just didn't want to risk it when I first started. But nozzles are they're consumable. Like they wear down. They're meant to be replaced over time. That's why I like to have a few spares on hand nowadays, because a lot of my issues tend to be just nozzle getting clogged, and it's easier for me nowadays just to swap the nozzle than to try to unclog it. I know that sounds bad, but yeah. Not to mention, if you're trying to troubleshoot something of your printer, like it could be as simple as something's wrong with your nozzle, and with most printers, it's easier to swap a nozzle and maybe do a little test print to see how it's working. And you at least eliminate if your nozzle's an issue with what you're trying to troubleshoot. Well, also depending on your printer, sometimes nozzles can be super cheap too. And especially with the A1 Mini, you can swap that nozzle in like 20 seconds. Ooh, Mark with the ideas over here. Oh, how about it doubles as a candy bucket too? Well, if you have the Frankenstein head and have a hinge on the back of it so it opens up, it'd be cool to like reveal Frankenstein's brain, because Frankenstein's made up of many different parts, so it worked. It'd be on point, or it would lift up. It'd be a candy bucket. I got that. Another idea. It'd be a little bit more, at least for me, a little bit harder to get working. Yeah. Have if you hit something like hit, let's say you hit one of the bolts on his neck, and the little servos start opening up and open up the head. That'd be cool. Yeah, there's so many cool ideas. Oh man, I'm almost done with the eye sockets in this print. I just realized that. What does my slicer say? What's Bamboo saying? How much time it has left? I guess at the top of the head's gonna take a little bit longer. Bamboo says this has 3 hours and 28 minutes left. I don't know about that. It's moving along pretty fast. You know, another thing with this print, with the lightning infill, if I stopped it right here, make a really good candy bucket. No, the really cool thing, Mark, is you get a motion sensor to the Frankenstein. So like when trick or treaters come up to your porch, it opens up and says something like "take a piece" or something. That'd be cool. Yeah, but now that I'm looking at this, like, if I wanted to, if I just like stop this print right now, and how it's open up top, I think that'd make for a really cool, just container for stuff. Well, there's a lot I could do. Could and want are two different things. Hey, welcome back, AA. If I was gonna stop this halfway through, like, and make it like a container for something, I would probably make this on the P1S to make it larger for one. And I think I'd go a more solid filament if I wanted a container for this. This one I have a plan for. I'm gonna put a light inside of it. But like, if I want to make like a container, I think I would print it on the P1S for it to, I can get a larger container out of it, and probably go like a solid color. I mean, I have two printers, not that big of a deal. I just need to find a different color for it. Oh, I think I need to buy a hollow ingredient filament of some kind. Some kind of Halloween rainbow color gradient. I need to find one. That'd look really cool in a Halloween, like a orange, purple, green, or something like that. And the question is, what I think I don't want to go a silk. I think like a matte or something like that would look really good for a container like that. Hey, my P1S is not printing anything right now. So I could just fire it up. But I don't have the filament I want. I need to look to see if it even exists. In my head, I know what it is. It's a Halloween gradient. Like a rainbow gradient, but Halloween themed. Well, like if I want to do this like as a container, I'd want to do it in. I don't want a silk. I don't want it being shiny. I was thinking like a matte or just a regular PLA, but in a gradient of like orange, maybe some purple, maybe some black in there. I wouldn't be opposed to green either. I don't know if it exists. It's like a filament I need to look for. It's like a Halloween gradient of some kind. Possibly matte to regular finish. That wouldn't look bad either. I know that I do know some orange and reds. Or maybe, you know what might be a good filament for it? Ooh. Both are good choices, Sax. Like, you can always scale it down and print two of them. Or, it's always an option. Because the default scaling one, did you see the one I made earlier? That's the default scaling. It fits in the palm of your hand. King Bob, minions are always cool. Let me take. How much did I scale? The one that's getting printed right now, I scaled up 163%. So I probably could have went a little bit bigger. Looking at it now, but I felt like this is a good one. Let me see here. I think they have this filament. Hold on. I think it's marble. What? No, that's not the one. Oh, you know what? That's what it is. Hold on. No. could have sworn I seen a black and orange filament from Polymaker, but I'm trying to remember which one it was. Here it is. It's yeah, it's their shadow orange. That might be a cool one for it too. Like, yeah, that shadow orange from Polymaker might be a good filament for it, maybe. Hey, they're great machines, man. I mean, this is the Mini right now. Yeah, I have the Mini, and actually right next to this I have the P1S as well. If I was to buy another printer in that 250, like another like 200, like 220 to 256 range, it'd probably be the regular A1. Oh, the only good camera on the entire Bamboo lineup is on the X1 Carbon, but that's because they actually have better main boards on there. Like, at least with the P1S, it's stripped down. You know, it's an afterthought. It just doesn't have the hardware support a better camera, or the motherboard and everything. Like, but the X1C has a lot more circuitry in it, so. Yeah, I'm like, what you see right now is that model at 163. Now, what the cameras are good for, Raj, they're good for time lapses, and if you're not at home and you need to check your printer and check the status of your print, the cameras are great for that. Now I'm on a wild goose chase for a Halloween gradient filament. I don't want shiny. That is a good one, though. I found a black, red, gold gradient, which is pretty cool, but it's silk. Uh, I'd say send it, Sax. Are you going with America, or are you going with the other filament? I think that will give it a really cool effect from a different angles. I love me some tri-color silks. Just expect, like, they look different from every angle. Again, I was talking about this earlier in the stream. There's so many cool filaments out there, you want them all. I think I have only one tri-color silk on me right now, which is almost empty. I need to get more. There's just too many cool filaments out there. And honestly, since I started 3D printing back in March, I don't think I've ran into any bad spools of filament I bought this year. Like, nothing that couldn't easily be fixed with a slicer setting. And I've bought some random stuff off Amazon when it comes to filament too. Just because it's the color that I like. Oh, now I'm hunting for Halloween filament now. Like some kind of gradient Halloween themed. I doubt many people even make this, just because it only really sold during the holidays. So if anything, it'd be like a limited run type filament. I don't see this being available that often. Yeah, there's some nice red gold blacks I found though. Silks, but still nice. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. So yeah, this is a gonna be a transparent crystal skull that I'm printing right now. I am printing in a transparent blue and purple gradient filament that has specks of sparkle in it. This actually I think it's Isonmate is the brand of this filament. Let me take a look. Yeah, it's Isonmate transparent transition glitter filament. Blue Violet Galaxy, or Galactic it's called. Well, yeah, I'm using I'm using a larger nozzle diameter. This is a 0.6 nozzle diameter, so that means more filament can be laid down at once, larger, thicker layer lines. So it's going pretty fast. The default nozzle, the standard size nozzle is 0.4, a little bit smaller. same filament manufacturer, Isomate. They make a really, really good rainbow filament that I love. It's a rainbow gradient, and it's one of my favorite rainbow gradients. It's like a matte rainbow gradient, and I just love it. Just too many cool filaments out there. So the really cool part of this print's gonna be coming up pretty soon. It's gonna be printing some of the crystal growths on it. Welcome back. Welcome back. Oh, cool. What kind of trees? Like for sweet or tart cherries, or like those type of cherry trees? There's a bunch of different types of cherry trees. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I know Washington and Michigan, are really famous in the States for cherries. Nice. Whenever I think West Coast, like that in Pacific Northwest area, I always think of the reality show they had a while back. What was it, Finding Bigfoot? Where they'd go out and try to find Bigfoot, and like they do all these crazy experiments that like wouldn't work or anything. It's just that show was hilarious. Uh, Now that's an idea for a 3D print Bigfoot or Sasquatch, whatever you want to call it. Oh man, if you're doing it for a company, it's a different ball game. Yeah, if I ever get a decent sized chunk of land, I would definitely plant some type of trees like get like a food harvest out of. Maybe a mix. Some chestnuts maybe. Some fruit trees. Depending where I'm at, maybe some pawpaws, since they're one of the only native fruit trees in the United States. No, when I was younger, I actually used to work on a Christmas tree farm. That was hard work. In the middle of the trees in summer, it's like it amplifies the temperature so much. Those Christmas trees aren't going to prune themselves and have that nice cone shape without people in the fields trimming them. And that happens in the summer. It's hard work. you're out there trimming the Christmas trees, and pretty much you have this giant machete that you go around the tree, making sure you're swinging away from your body, and you just shape the tree and cut off. So you don't cut off all the new growth, but you cut off some of the new growth. That way you get that classic Christmas tree cone. Oh yeah, during Christmas time, I used to work one of those. Man, the worst trees to work with are spruce. Just so you get so cut up from the spruce trees. I always liked working in like the Douglas firs or Fraser firs or even concolors. They have a softer tip. The needles aren't as pointy. The spruce trees, though, they are the sturdiest of the Christmas trees, but they have the sharpest needles. Like, I don't think that we've had a real Christmas tree for years. It's all been fake trees just because I don't want to mess with them. But if I did get a real tree again, I think I would pay the premium and probably get a Fraser fir just because they hold their water the best. They dry out slowest. The needles are really soft, and the tree limbs are actually still pretty stout. Hello, friend from the north. So a question for you. Your username's the Elfish Goose, correct? Is it a Canadian goose? Canadian Elvish Goose? Oh, okay. Oh, thievish goose. Okay, I was saying, it sort of looked like the elfish goose. Okay. My bad there. Must be a Canadian goose then. Tell you what though, that's one animal I do not want to mess with. Canadian goose are scary. You know, you're at a park that has some water next to it. Yeah, you see the ducks. They're just chilling. They're doing their own thing. The Canadian goose will come at you, run up at you, honking, wings out long, hissing at you. It's like, get away. The ducks, on the other hand, they just chill. Pound for pound, or geese have to be one of the scariest birds. Then cassowaries. Cassowaries are number one. Do not want. I never want to meet a cassowary. Like, that's not behind a cage. Cassowaries, of all the birds, cassowaries scare me the most. They're literal, like, dinosaurs. Yeah, Mark, but are they Canadian geese? No. They're farm domestic geese. There's a difference. See, when you just have a pair come into your pond, it's not that bad. But when you have a whole flock of them, that's when they get intimidating. But I have to repeat, I do not want, like, cassowaries literally scare me. Like, they're pretty much dinosaurs. Have you seen the talons on those things before? That reminds me, out to my mom's place. She lives out in the middle of nowhere. She's surrounded by farmland, and some of the fields around her are starting to go fallow again. I think they're CRP land. And over the past 2 years, I've noticed the pheasants start to come back around her place. She has a family or two of pheasants that live around her. Oh, I guess what are they, about probably 3 feet tall? I want to say. The feathers will be the hard part on that one. Feathers. Yeah, that filament you sent me, Mark's close. That's close. But silk. But at the same time, like, maybe a little raptor would be cool to print. Like, I know a lot of the more newer research on dinosaurs have found out that a lot of them probably have feathers. But, like, the texture, like a scaly texture, would actually be pretty cool because you wouldn't have to do a lot of post-processing on a scaly texture. Like, you probably just, you know, you could probably paint right onto it, and you get that effect, the texture on there. Okay, not full scale. I do not have a location to build that. Okay. I would have to get like a few orange gigas, maybe a few SVO8s, even remotely try to print that on time. I do not have anywhere I could even put that thing. Oh. But there wouldn't be much post-processing with scaly skin. That's all I'm saying. Just because how textures work with 3D printing, like, textures are great at hiding layer lines. Well, the thing about the A1 Mini here is it doesn't print as angry as the P1S. And I can get better lighting with the A1 Mini because it's open. The P1S is enclosed. Even with my LED setup I have with it, the lighting isn't the best. So I get better lighting with this, and it's not as angry when it prints. And don't look down on the A1 Mini. It's small but mighty. The only thing that it's just a size difference. Like, honestly, I get just as good a print quality from the A1 Mini as I do the P1S. The A1 Mini actually has newer tech in it than the P1S. Okay, it's just smaller build plate. That's it. A ruler? I don't have a ruler, but I have a tape measure. Hold on. What do you want it for? You want me to measure it? Huh. I can't find my tape measure. It's not in my tape measure spot. Where are you, tape measure? Not there. That's where you should be. So where are you at? You hiding down here? It's not in its spot. So that is 180 millimeters cubed. That's the build volume on that. While the P1S and the normal A1 is 256. You know what I can do, though? I can pull off the build plate of my P1S and show you. So let me just pull off the build plate since I can't find the tape measure. I hope that helped give you a little bit of a size comparison. Actually, I got an even better size comparison because I have some extra build plates for the A1 Mini. Just a second. I hope that helped out a little bit. Honestly, if you want a bigger print volume, save up maybe for the regular A1. Now, granted, I think most stuff that people want to 3D print can probably be printed on the A1 Mini. And if you said you don't want to mess with, you don't want to do anything of Creality. What Ender 3 do you have? Is it an older one? Oh, I have small hands, so hold on. Oh, so it's like Ender 3 V1? Or is it like a V3? Because there's like a lot of Ender 3s. Creality had a few different versions of them out, and each version has their own. So you know how to tinker a little bit then. Honestly, if you want that bigger size, yeah, the regular one's great. It's the same print volume as the P1S. Um, Honestly, a lot of the technology in the A1 series is actually more advanced than the P series. So, yeah, as far as tinkering goes, I haven't had to tinker with this machine that much. I had a few nozzle jams every now and again. I've took apart the tool head, cleaned off the gears just because I was curious how they looked, and I wanted to get in there and took it apart. Easy to get in there and everything. So if you do need to work on it, it's pretty easy, and I think most of the parts you can get from Bamboo's website if something goes wrong. So it's not like there's a parts availability issue or anything. I guess my question is like, are you be using? Do you want the AMS, or you just want just the printer by itself? Oh, you're right. I don't know a lot of those parts, but hey there, Mr. Rat. Um, but I have seen some decked out Ender 3s before. They look a lot cooler than stock. I'll give them that. So, even if you're not gonna do multicolor prints, I if you're just gonna be printing PLA and you don't have to worry about like PETG absorbing moisture or anything, I do like having the AMS unit just for extra storage and like having your most common colors on there you like printing with. You can't tell right now, but I got my AMS light mounted up on top. I think if I did get a third printer, I might go with the A1. I think I would go stock because I already have AMS unit. I already have an AMS light unit and I have an AMS unit for my P1S, so I just don't think that third AMS light unit, would be worth it for me. Now, as my first one, I think it might be worth having. But again, if your situation is you're not gonna be printing a multicolor, yeah, no point in it then. Everybody's situation is gonna be different when it comes to printing, and what works for me that is not necessarily gonna be work for you at all. But I can give you my opinion and advice and stuff. So that's the cool thing about the A series platform is the tool heads are exactly the same on the printers. The biggest difference is the size of the print bed, and obviously has two rails instead of the one rail. No, like lost my words. A hot end for the A1 Mini will work on the regular A1, so I think that's really cool. No, you have to unload it and load it still. Like, it'll be like, oh, load filament, unload filament, and you get to do a manual swap like that. Because I've printed with TPU a few times on the Mini, printed great, but I had to I can't use the AMS light with TPU. It jams up too much, too soft. So I had to use the external spool holder on it. And you just feed it up. You just feed it into the tool head, and you'll hit load filament. Then it will grab on the tool head will grab onto your filament, and you'll be good to go. At the same time, when you want to swap, you gotta go unload filament. It's all on the display. With the AMS unit, you really don't have to worry about that. It's really easy. That's the only reason I'd recommend it if you're printing a few different colors at the same time. If you have a set of favorite colors and you don't really want to worry about doing manual filament swaps, it's sort of a nice to have, but you don't need it feature. No, right now, like I'm not in the market for another printer myself. I got my 2. I'm happy with it. It's meeting my needs as is right now. But I think next March, just financially, March works out better for me. I'll be buying a larger printer. What that printer will be, I do not know yet. There's 2 that I'm eyeing that aren't released yet. I want to wait and see how they are. When I hear the reviews on them. There's also, I have cheaper options I know of too, like one that's on the market right now, the Solvol SE08. Definitely I might end up with that. I don't know yet. Yeah, in the slicer you can set up filaments. You can print pauses and everything where you can swap filaments. You can actually do that in the slicer itself. So yeah, G-code. Yeah, so yeah, you can do manual filament swaps like that. See, I'm the other way around. I'm like, I don't want to mess with that, so that's why I have the AMS. So that's what's cool about the hobby is like and the printer itself. Like, there's 2 different. There's one feature, but I see it one way and you see it another way. But both of us aren't wrong. You know, we're both right in how we're viewing this, which is sort of cool. Because that works for you, and this works for me. And neither one of us is wrong. It's in Bamboo Slicer. Hold on. It's been a while since I've done it. Hold on, let me see if I remember even how to do it. Okay, yeah. Let's see. Let me. I'll show out this. Let me just get this window the right size real quick. Okay, I need to set up a custom scene in in OBS real quick. So give me a second. It's really straightforward how to do this too. Or what Mark said, because Mark's a G-code wizard. I'll show you how you do it with the GUI in the slicer, with Bamboo Slicer real quick too. I just need to get my OBS scene set up for this. Let's see. I want. Okay. Let's see. Okay, this is terrible scaling for this, but hold on. So, I'm in the slicer here. Let's say I want to stop it right here, right? I click here. I hit add pause. Look there. Now it's paused. There's a pause right there in my print. So it's pretty straightforward. I just had to remember how to do it real quick. So, yeah. Actually, probably, and this is if I wanted to use like AMSF, change different filaments right here. Or you can add your own custom G code to that layer. There's a lot of stuff you can do right here. Pretty straightforward in the slicer. I hope that helped. Yeah, I think it took longer to get the custom scenes set up in OBS and to show you how to do that. Oh, I just realized the skull, you can start seeing the crystals on the side of it really well now. Yeah, Mark, you know what you're saying about how transparent this print is? Yeah, really transparent, isn't it? Let me take a look. Per the slicer, it has about 2 hours and 20 minutes left on it. So that's what I do like about Bamboo, how they're network printers like this. So I can check the status of my print from the slicer, which is so nice. I mean, you really can't tell with this one, but I'm getting a little bit of stringing with this as well. They just don't show up that well on the camera with this print and this filament. At least when I've used the bamboos and stringing, I find that it's more, it's a certain filaments for me tend to string a little bit more than others. And maybe if I dialed them in a little bit more, I wouldn't get that. But, I find it's more filament based for me. At least with PLAs. Oh, there's been a few times where I've been at work, and I'm like, I have a really long print going, and I'll use the Handy app to check up on it, and oh, the print will be totally failed, and I'll just hit cancel, and I'll catch it before I get any kind of, you know, big balls of death, you know? What, for this print, Mark? Oh, I think an RGB strip might be too bright for this one. Oh, okay. Let me take a look. Actually, the lamp kit might be a solid idea for this one. Almost like an elephant's foot type of situation, almost. Well, it sounds like you had an older Ender anyways. I think, honestly, though, if you were to look at the newer Enders, like the V3s, I think it'd be a totally different experience. Oh, okay. So you had some leveling issues or something, or step issues. Okay. Well, I'm talking about the Ender 3 V3s. Like, from what I'm seeing of all the V3s, they're a lot better than all the older Enders. That's just what I haven't used them, but from what I'm seeing, that's sort of the impression I'm getting about the Ender V3s. So that's just what I've seen. I can't really talk from experience from the V3s, but from what, like, everything I've been seeing about the Ender 3 V3 and like the KE, they look to be good machines. Like, a lot better than the older versions of the Ender, at least. Oh, okay. I see what you're talking about, Mark. That would be cool. You know, speaking about Creality, I'm really interested to see how their K2 performs. I really think it's gonna do well. I mean, you know, it has to do well for them, but I think it'll do well, really well. Well, that's the cool thing. Like, Bamboo has forced a lot of the other manufacturers to step up their game. I've noticed, because you're seeing some newer printers, even recently released printers, they have a lot more options that, if it wasn't for Bamboo, I don't know if these printers would have evolved and advanced like they have. Does that make sense? Yeah, I'd be curious about that, Mark. If not for this, something else maybe. Yeah. But the thing is, like, a Bamboo isn't for everybody, you know? My experience with that stuff is absolutely zero, Mark. But I have experience with, like, Python and stuff, so. Yep. But the 3D printers, like, especially over the past, since I started in March, but I probably been researching for over a year, right? I think I first started researching right around the time A1 Mini was released, okay? Yeah. Yeah, Mark for work. I gotta know, Python and stuff like that, so. What was I saying? Oh, about printers. The tech has really, I think, you can see a lot of other manufacturers come out with some really cool printers. Whether they're bamboo clones or they have their own new features, I don't know. But heck, even a good bamboo clone would be cool. They can match half the things a bamboo can do. And this is just for FDM. Like, I don't have any experience with resin printing. I really can't get into resin printing right now. I don't have my workspace isn't well enough ventilated to work with resin, so I just stayed away from it because I know that it can get the fumes get really bad with it. Okay, here's the thing, Noah. Even if you even if you don't have an AMS, it will still do poops. Okay. At least with the A series, it's just so like right here's a single color print. I'll show you. I did a dynamic flow calibration before I started this print because it's new filament. So those are both from this print. Those two little things I've seen. So. But that was part of the dynamic flow calibration. I checked the box before I started the print, so it's very minimal. Yeah, one thing I really I want to try out on my P1S is print, like, so let's say I have a 3-color print going on. Well, instead of purging my waste into the print itself or purging it out the poop chute, you can actually print to another object that you don't care what color it is. And that's one thing I really need to try. Is print to object. So let's say I'm printing a Flexi Drag and it's 3 or 4 colors, right? Well, instead, because that's gonna have a lot of different filament swaps. Well, instead of purging during the swaps, what I can do is just, hey, go to this object over here on the build plate and make me a fidget toy or something, or make me something. Make me some coasters, Something you don't care about the color. Or either you don't care about the color, maybe you gotta paint it later, something like that. And if you're printing smaller objects, to help reduce waste, print multiple of them at the same time if you have to. Yep, I think there's a few models on MakerWorld that actually say, hey, this is so-and-so, print to this object, But I think you can set it up yourself, too. So yeah, there's definitely ways to reduce waste. At the same time, I was doing an experiment a while back with the where I was using PETG as a interface layer. One thing I had to make sure I did for that is I had to set my purge really high, my flush rates between filament swaps, because I did not want to get that PETG within my PLA at all. That would have been bad. Pretty much, it's print to object. I think there's some videos on YouTube about it. Eventually, video I might make eventually. Just things been busy. I haven't had time to sit down and film like I want to. But yeah, there's stuff on the internet you can look that up too. You know, I still have that sealed up from when I got my PS1. Because I got it with the AMS, and it had 2 sample colors and the support filament. I have not messed with that stuff. Yeah, so a few different companies make it. I know Bamboo, I think Polymaker does the same thing. There is they actually sell a PLA support filament where the material doesn't bond well with PLA, so it can be easily removed. I think some of the brands are washable even. So you can wash your print off of water and it'll sort of dissolve. I haven't used it myself. Another method you can use is because PLA doesn't bond well to PETG. You can, if you're doing a PLA print or vice versa, a PETG print, you can use the other type of filament as a support interface layer. That's something you can do with your AMS, and it should lead to easier removing supports. Or another thing you can do is your Z offset for your supports too. Is you can mess around with that. You don't necessarily need to use a support interface material. Yeah, that's true too, Mark. The Loyal Moses Discord's really great. Great community over there, and they have a lot of good resources for 3D printing. I really recommend it if you're into it. If you are curious and you have a lot of questions, they have a lot of smart people over there. So yeah, maybe that's the reason you do want to get an AMS if you want to use something like that. Personally, I don't know. It's cool. I just don't use it myself that much. But it's out there, and if you want to use it, go ahead. Mark, we know of 2. Okay, or, well, maybe not necessarily AMS, but it'll be multicolor. But there's the K2 coming out, and the mystery printer from Bamboo. How much or what? No. You know what? You know what printer I keep forgetting about is the frozen printer that's supposed to be coming out. I keep forgetting about that one. I need to look up the build. Ooh, that'd be nice. Hold on, let me look up the frozen. Frozen FDM. Hold on. Okay, it's the Frozen Arco. Do they have a price on this thing yet? Okay? So, is it out? Oh, okay. So first quarter 2025. What's the build volume? Do you have the build volume on your website here, Frozen? So MNU. Okay, it's 300 by 300 by 300 for the Frozen Arco. I was curious what the. Is it just Arco? Yeah, just the Arco. So, it's Frozen PH. They're known more for their resin printers, but they've been having an FDM printer with an AMS type unit in the works for a while now. Looks like it's next year sometime by the looks of it. Yeah. I keep forgetting about them. Oh, yeah, the Prusa XL is a beast. It's also going to cost you a small fortune. If you have the money, great. But I know for most people, the XL is out of reach. Great printer. Great printer. Expensive, though. Yeah, like where at my current point in life, I cannot justify spending that kind of money on a printer. Now, if you deem that that's money's well spent, okay, go ahead and buy it. You're gonna be happy with that printer. It's a great machine. No, no, that's not for the full XL though. An XL of all the tool heads though. Price that out, then get back to me. So the bigger ones that are coming out soon-ish is I know the Creality K2 is coming out. I think that might be 350 build plate size, but I think it's priced around the same thing as the X1C is right now. And then there's the Mystery Bamboo printer that might be out end of year. I don't know. The only thing I've seen confirmed on that is it's bigger. I've seen a lot of rumors about the bigger bamboo. But they're rumors, and I don't want to repeat rumors if they're not confirmed. So, really don't want to say anything that's not official yet, to tell you the truth. So, but no, I've heard rumors on the new bamboo. But the only thing confirmed, I know it's gonna be bigger. And that information came right from Bamboo when they did their AMA on Reddit a few months ago. It's going to be bigger, and they said they're not going to be doing a bigger A series. So, like, I really like an A1 XL. Oh, that'd be a good. I'd love that printer. That'd be it'd be a lot like the Elegoo Neptune, in my opinion, but better. So yeah, the only thing that really they confirmed is it's gonna be bigger and it's not gonna be a bed slinger. So I'm hoping in the coming months we will get more information from Bamboo on that. But they've been really. I haven't heard much. Anything. Only thing I've heard confirmed is it's gonna be bigger and it's not a bed singer. Multiple tool heads allows you to print multiple colors without doing purges. So like, and it's faster swapping. So, let's say it takes 30 seconds on a Bamboo to switch colors. Well, you have the poop, then you have that downtime. With multiple tool heads, like on the Persha XL, all you do is swap tool heads. You do a little bit of prime to make sure you're good to go, and then you start printing. Yeah, multiple materials ready, primed, and go. So speed, efficiency, and less waste. You'd start running into some issues of, materials not wanting to bond there, but in theory you could. Would you have any kind of functional print? I highly doubt it. Because each different type of filament has different mechanical properties and chemical properties. And getting those to a good bond between different plastics can be a little challenging. Like PETG and PLA, you won't be able to get those to bond. Oh, that's cool. I'm not too familiar with that one. Is it? Oh, like does it have like the laser cutter on there and everything too? Yeah, I'm just not that familiar with that printer at all. 3-in-1 seems interesting though. I'll have to look into that. It does seem pretty cool. Like, if you have limited space, I could see that being really handy. Oh, do they have instructions out there to do something like that? That's cool. I know I've seen some people on some videos online where people have transformed their Ender 3s into like Core XY machines and stuff. Like there's some pretty cool stuff that they've taken they use the Ender 3 as a base and they've totally transformed it. Yeah, do some research on that, and there might be some cool things that you can do with it, or at least project you can try with it. Okay, so it's their motion systems. The printer you see right now, bed slinger or Cartesian. Core XY is pretty much like the Bamboo P1S. It has their, as it names, Core XY. So the tool head sits up top and will move on belts in the X and Y axes, while the print bed will actually move. That's Core XY. Then there's another motion system called Delta. You'll see a lot of these on the FL Sun machines. It's the printers with the 3 arms and they go in circles. So yeah, like Core XY, Cartesian, Delta. I think there's supposedly the Ender 3 V3. I think the Corelli is called a Core XZ. So similar to XY, moving on belts and everything. But still a bed slinger. Then there's I don't know if there's a name for it, but your Voron type machines where excuse me, where the bed will be on the bottom and your tool head will move in up and down the Z, X, and Y. So there's different motion systems. They just have different names to them, different styles of printers. You know, I'm sure there's advantages and disadvantages to each motion system. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. But, you know, it's sort of cool there's all these different designs for 3D printing. Yeah, what's the quality in those benchies, though? And are they legal benchies? There's actually a set of rules for speed benchies. I am printing a skull. A crystal skull. That's transparent. Castle Grayskull? I have the power? What? So if you're asking about what a benchy is, it's a common print on 3D printers to test out your printer. Is it the best thing to test out for quality or anything? Yes and no. It has some cool features on it. You can test overhangs and some settings, but it's very common that like your first print you make on a printer will be a benchy, and there's a whole subculture I want to say about the benchy print. It's a little steamboat. You know, I'm wondering, with some of these newer filaments coming out, how fast a printer like that could print a bench, you know? Mark, you may or may not know that person by the sounds of it. Or at least watch the videos. Get your sleep, man. So one thing I just noticed about how the gradient played out on this print I'm printing right now, it almost looks like the skull. It has a mask over its eyes. That's sort of cool how that worked out. This is. Let me. I have it pulled up on our tab. This is Mate, transparent transition glitter filament, and it is their blue violet galactic. I bought it the other day, so I bought it just for this actually. Fun fact: Isomate also makes my favorite rainbow gradient. It's a matte rainbow gradient, and the colors are dulled out a little bit, so it's not like super bright, but I love it. And that's why, like, I don't think there's one best filament company. Um, each company has something they're good at, or they have certain filaments that are just really good, and they're all different. Like, I think for one company to be good at everything, I don't think it's possible. There's just so many good filaments out there, and I think I was talking to you about earlier about, like, you're talking about Protopasta. Like, they have some really unique, cool colors. And they're a smaller company. Well, I don't know how small they actually are, but they're not. They're not. They don't make like bulk like some of the other companies do. The one thing about PLA in the industry I wish there's more standardization on, is the labeling of PLA Plus or PLA Pros. Like, each company's PLA Plus or Pros can be different because they add different things to it. I just wish there was some kind of standardization behind that. Yeah, exactly. Because, like, especially for somebody just starting to getting into 3D printing, like, you see all these pluses and pros out there for PLA, and you'd assume that the plus or a pro would mean something standard, but it doesn't. Like, you really have to read the data sheets behind the filaments if you can find them to see exactly what the plus or the pro does. I will give it, tip of the hat to Polymaker with their Pro series. They do a really good job explaining, what their Pro is. They're really upfront with that. But generally, when I see Pro or Plus, that's could be, maybe it's gonna be better printing quality, easier printing. Maybe it's gonna be, tougher, more impact resistance. That's the type of things I at least expect when I see that. But you really gotta read that stuff carefully. I'm still alive. Yeah. Been having a good time tonight talking to everybody in chat, so. Been a very chill print stream today. Oh, thank you. So this is a transparent PLA I'm printing in right now. When this gets done printing, I plan on putting a light inside, so it'll be like a glowing skull. Yep. It's a crystal skull. Oh no, I don't sell. I'll share the printing process. Talk about my prints, show off cool stuff. But I don't want to deal selling with prints. Just for me, when right now this is a fun hobby I get to share with everybody. And if I start selling prints, it'd feel more like a job, and I don't know, it doesn't appeal to me. If I did want to sell prints, so the Wolverine helmet that blew up. First and foremost, I would have to get I had to sign up for DO3D's commercial license, because they do have an option to sell prints from DO3D. You just pay their membership, whatever it is. But I've probably had over 100 people asked me in comments in that Wolverine short, do you sell your helmet? Now, how many of those would actually turn to sales if I was selling? I don't know. But, because I know what I'd charge for that helmet, because how long it takes to print. And I don't know how many people would be willing to pay that either. Because each one of those Wolverine helmets takes me, on the P1S, if I would say at least 24 hours of printing. And to actually make it worth my time, I think I'd have to have like 3 or 4 printers going nonstop. And it just, for me, then after they're printed, you know, the shipping process and all that, just, I don't know, just doesn't appeal to me. Now, for people that do sell their prints, hey, more power to you. Yeah, it's the way I view it is these modelers put a lot of time and effort into creating unique models. And most of them don't charge that much a month for licensing for their collection. I think most of them I see is about $10 a month. If I was gonna sell prints, I think that would be a low enough overhead for me where I'd be okay doing that, because that also guarantee and give more incentive to the people making these models to keep making new models. But when their revenue, like when you don't pay that licensing fee, it discourages a lot of those modelers to stop doing that. So, but like you said, if it's local at farmers markets or flea markets, it's hard to catch. I mean, I don't support that, but how's that supposed to be policed? There's not a good solution to that. Now, if it's on Etsy or eBay, yeah, that's easy enough to catch, but like, yeah. No, but like, a lot of these models I've seen coming out of these modelers are really good, high quality models. So personally, I wouldn't mind throwing a few bucks their way if I was gonna sell prints. Well, yeah, just like with my Wolverine helmet I made. I bought that model from DO3D. And one of the things they clearly state is that's only I'm allowed to print that model. I cannot give those STLs to anybody else. And normally when I print stuff, I do look for free models. So if I print something cool, somebody can, look at the description and they can go to, say, Printables, Maker World, Thingiverse, whatever, and they can print it themselves. But sometimes I will have a video on a paid model, like Wolverine. And so many people ask for the STL on that. Like, I keep having to tell them, sorry, I can't give that out. Actually, the cool thing about that is, and every single piece of that whole model is modular, but every single piece on the inside there's a watermark on there. So it's really small. I'd have to blow it up, but I think it might be a unique identifier to me. So that way, DO3D might be able to catch if somebody's sharing STLs. That's a good way of putting it, Mark. But for me, you know, if I was going to sell prints, I would want to make sure, especially if they have a license agreement, I want to be above board. But that money helps those creators move forward and develop new cool models. So but like you said, that kind of stuff's hard to catch at a flea market type situation. Exactly. Yep. Support the artist. Yep. I couldn't agree more. Like, I'm not the best 3D modeler, and I realize how much work. I can look at a model and be like, that person, I can tell when somebody's put a lot of effort into designing something. And like, they spent hours and hours, if not days and days, on this model. Like, if they're selling, like, if they have a Patreon set up or whatever, $10 a month, and I could sell that model, and I was selling models or selling prints, I wouldn't have an issue with that. And especially if I was like running an Etsy store, like, um, it wouldn't be worth it to lose my Etsy store over something so silly as if not paying a monthly like $10 fee to the creator. Because I see how much a lot of those things cost on Etsy. One print and you can make your money back. One sale and you have almost your money back for some of those things. Like, I've bought in a few cool. I don't think I've ever showed them on stream, but this is before I started making content. I bought a platypus model, I think from Maddie Makes, and my kid wanted it, so you know, I bought it. It was pretty cheap, but after I printed it, I was just looking at it. I was looking at the level of detail that went into designing this model and how it articulates, how it prints in place, no supports needed, like just the stuff that goes into the thinking that goes into designing this for everybody can print something so easily. I was like, wow, they spent some serious time designing and testing out this print to make sure this model is really good. Okay, I probably talked way too much about that, but it is. But yeah, I just think it's worth it to support artists. That's a whole different issue right there. But yeah, they do. I've noticed that occasionally. You know, if you the best thing you gotta report those if they're reposted to paid stuff. They gotta get reported to get taken down. There almost needs to be some kind of content ID system for STLs that are paid like that. Like on YouTube with music, like they have, so if you use a copyrighted song, YouTube can easily find that out. I'm wondering if they can develop some kind of system like that for paid STLs. Or maybe somehow leverage like AI for that or something. I don't know. It'd be an interesting system if they can, but I can see where it could totally backfire and be terrible too. Yeah, but I was like thinking more like the content ID policy that YouTube has for copyrighted music. Like, if you have a copyrighted song in a video, YouTube can pick it up no time, in like instantly. But I imagine that'd be a lot harder for STLs. The issue like a system like that be like, or leveraging AI is like, where, how different would something have to be considered a separate work of art? And I don't know if I trust AI to do something like that. Well, for ease of use, I like Maker World just because I can hit open in Bamboo Studio, and then it's open in my slicer. It's really convenient. Um, I really like a lot of the models on Thingiverse. I like gears and mechanical prints, and Thingiverse has a lot of those. I just can't stand how Thingiverse is laid out. Printables is always solid. Can't go wrong with printables. For unique models and cheap paid models, Cult's 3D is pretty good. Most like they have a lot of paid models on there, but they're reasonably priced. And they have that like some. I found some models on Cult's 3D that I could not find anywhere else. Terrible interface, but they have some great models. I just can't. The navigation on Colts, I don't like. But the content is solid. Really good. I haven't used things at all. What else is there? That's all the big ones I can think of. But as far as like how it's laid out, like for if you have a Bamboo printer, Maker World's amazing just because the print to open and slicer. But as far as like layout and like how this website's set up, Printables is pretty decent. I have not messed with Creality Cloud yet. I know that's pretty much their version of Maker World. I have not gone on there and messed around with anything yet, so I cannot comment on Creality Cloud. I think the skull's starting to come out pretty good. The crystals in the top look really cool. Yeah, I'd rather just pay like $1 or $2 and get the model like on Colts. The a la carte option's nice. But that's the cool thing about having multiple websites is each one's a little bit different, and most people are going to have their own preference. Options are good. Ooh, Mark, you just gave me an idea. Oh, that's a dangerous idea. That'd be a time-consuming idea too. Oh, Mark, why do you have to give me that idea? 3D printed Hot Wheels track. And it'd be modular where you can make your own however you want to do it. Oh, why did you give me that idea? That idea would be so doable too. Now I'm just looking around my office right now, thinking how I'd set up a 3D printed Hot Wheels track. And it wouldn't necessarily have to be Hot Wheels, but like a track of some kind. think it was 123 Design is the one that Mark recommended. Okay, I need to take a water break. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I was just readjusting the camera angle there a little bit. That purple's still showing up brown on stream, isn't it? Huh. That's purple. See-through purple, but not brown. No, I haven't tried the G-code music at all. Yeah, Mark, there's a good Discord Mark's in. It's the LM Discord, William Moses. He has a great 3D printing community over there. A lot of experts in in 3D printing. They're the most helpful people I've met when it comes to 3D printing all over there. Oh, you do have your own Discord. I didn't know you had your own Discord, Mark. Mark's just everywhere. AI. Oh. Should I just start calling you Mark GTP now? So I definitely know when the printer is doing its overhangs, because I hear the fan start, not overhangs, but the ironing, because I hear the fan just kick way up on it. You know, I wonder how hard it would be to create your own large language model just for like 3D printing related stuff, and like how you'd answer it. I don't know enough about how those large language models are made. I know there's some different ones you could set up, but I just don't know how. It'd probably be worth too much time to set up. Probably a lambda model or something. Yeah, something like that, yeah. It's for the crystals. The crystals are getting ironed. I can see why Polymaker's doing that though, because how big of a presence they have in the filament market. Like how many questions they get asked that would probably be an easy answer for a bot to answer. I'm obviously they'll probably go a little more in depth with their bot, but I'm simplifying that a lot. Oh yeah, I can only imagine how busy that bot gets. No, thanks. So the filament I'm using, this is a crystal skull, and the filament I'm using is isomate, transparent gradient. I think it's galactic violet blue. Yeah, tech's amazing. And honestly, um, what I'm doing right here, most 3D printers, if all 3D printers can do something like this. It's a single color. It's the filament. It's how you get the multiple layers. It's a gradient filament. Um, the printer I'm using just happens to be a little bit faster than most. Yeah, I am. Okay, Mark brings up a good point. Uh, the standard nozzle size on printers is zero point 0.4 millimeters. I'm using a little bit larger nozzle, zero point 0.6. So it does print faster. The larger your nozzle, the less detail you're gonna have in your print. But for this print, I don't need fine detail, so. Unless it's some crazy filament swapping, yeah. I mean, technically you could probably do it with the Ender too. It'd just take a lot longer. No, but I bet your bamboo can do it faster and faster. For most, well, I won't say that because the Ender 3s, I keep coming back to the Ender 3s are really good. Like, I know a lot of people have hate for the Ender series, but like the Ender 3s are, I think, are solid machines. The Ender 3 V3, let me correct that. Oh, it's you, Dylan. Yeah. Oh, okay. That's cool. Appreciate that. Actually, Mark, your comment reminded me of some of the printers I've seen that have the dual tool heads that are both printing at the same time. Those printers have always fascinated me. Typically, I've seen those on like larger print volume machines, probably custom too. So for those of you just joining the stream, right now this is a crystal skull I'm printing, and I'm using a transparent filament. So at the end of the plan end goal of this is to have a light in the bottom, so it'll be like a glowing skull. I'm not sure it's showing up on the camera. I don't think the camera's picking up as well, but it's a blue and like a purple. But for some reason on the camera, it looks more like a brown or like a metallic brown or something. think it's just the way the light's hitting it. I do not there, Sessions. Never been my thing. Hey, I'm not gonna judge you for it. Uh, Depending on the state you're in, hey, more power to you. But personally, never been my thing. Right now, this is a crystal skull. It's being printed in transparent purple and blue filament. Honestly, I don't know where the design came from. It's from printables. It's Wolverine. Wolverine with adamantite crystals coming out of his head. Have you, Colton? Have you seen some of my shorts I've been making lately? I like the comics. I haven't in years though. Um, I have no clue what's going on in new comics anymore. Yeah, I know. I haven't read Invincible, but I know the premise of it. Yeah. Pretty much, the kid's dad's Superman-like character, but instead of Earth's protector, he wants to be the conqueror. Yeah. I always like the the spin on the Superman archetype, but they're bad or evil. I always like that. Like in The Boys, Homelander's just insane. Well, see you, Mark. Thanks for watching and talking in chat. Appreciate it. Actually, one of the favorite Superman stories I think I've ever read was Superman Red Sun. Uh, just something about it I really liked. Because Superman in that story isn't per se evil. He's still trying to do the right thing, but it's how he was raised as a child that makes him seem. His ideas are a little twisted, but he still, at the end of the day, tries doing the right thing. And it's hard to, like, I think Superman's a hard character to write in the comics because he is so powerful. So you almost have to make his comics more about self-reflection and emotion. No, Superman Red Sun. They actually have a motion comic movie for it too, which is really good. I think my favorite Deadpool stories are like the one-offs or the miniseries. I did see they're doing a new run with Spider-Man. Well, not really Spider-Man, but Spider-Man's not related. I think the series right now is called Venom War, and it looks like Spider-Man reunites with the Venom symbiote, which, like, on friendly terms. So that looks like it might be interesting. I've lost interest in like the Spider-Man comics lately, like the newer ones, because like the writers just they don't want to see Peter happy. Like Peter's always consistently like something terrible's always consistently happened to Peter. I think that's why I like actually the Miles Morales Spider-Man series. Like, I think that's why I like it because it's the tone's different, and it's like it's not over. It's not always like Peter has to be like sad. Like the writers treat Miles better. And I think that's like I've seen the like so you're talking about Invincible earlier. Like that was made by an independent comic studio. That wasn't Marvel or DC. And I think the reason probably that why it was successful as it is because they probably had some more freedoms with the direction they took the comic, and so their hands weren't tied when they were making it as much as like you would one of the big studios. That's probably why one of the reasons it's so successful. It's almost one of those situations once you become so big, you have to stay within these certain confines. Yeah. Like you don't have to keep it like, oh, this is Superman. He does X, Y, Z. No, this is an independent studio. These guys can do whatever they want. I remember the early Spawn comics was very similar to that because it was an independent studio at the time. Some of the stuff in those early Spawn comics were just crazy. It's getting close to being done, guys. Yeah, I need to do some work on it because how I got this. Originally, this doesn't have a hole in the bottom, uh, but inside the slicer, I added a negative part. But then on the negative part, it added a roof on it, so I need to cut out the roof, then add a little light in it. So I'll probably make a short on that, and I'll have it out tomorrow, sometime. Oh, really? I didn't know they're the same writer. But I'm not sure the light I have for this is going to be powerful enough. So I might have to order something off Amazon or see if the local stores have anything. Normally, with a lot of stuff, I'll print something on stream, and depending what it is, next day or two, I like to push short out on it. I just find that well, the combo of live stream and shorts works out well for me. It just the long format videos. Just with I work full time right now. It just it's hard to actually get time to film. Do a script, edit. It just takes a lot of time. Slowly getting better at it, but most of my content is shorts and lives. With some miscellaneous long format. Yeah. No, one of my best long format videos is actually me tearing down the tool head on the A1 Mini here. I tore it down and, I was very detailed and, pointed out the screws, how to tear it down, how to put it back together. So, that content did really well. I have no rhyme or reason of... Okay, so, the one general rule about my channel, it's going to be probably 3D printed related content. But besides that, I really don't have any specialized niche I follow within 3D printing. It's whatever's interesting to me at the time. I try to be helpful, at least in my lives, ask questions. I think I need to get back on track and make some more educational, helpful videos about the printers I have. But I've only really done that when I've ran into issues. Like with the A1 Mini, I had to tear down the extruder because it ended up being a clogged nozzle I had, but I was new at the time. I didn't realize it. But yeah, so if I run into issues, I think I'll tend to make more long form videos on the printer. But if I'm not running into any issues, I really don't have any content to make for those videos. The A1 Mini here and a P1S. Like I said, I got the Mini back in March, and the P1S back in June when Bamboo had their big sale. Honestly, P1S I haven't had like any issues with. The only issue I've had is with certain types of filament, certain PLA brands. The AMS3 gets like stuck. I think it gets stuck in the AMS, like because the angle the filament has to go through in the AMS3 slot. Sometimes it like gets weird, stuck at a weird angle. There is a fix for it, but I really haven't ran into the issue lately again. Yeah, it's just for some reason that's AMS3 slot. It's a headache. But if it happens again, I do have a plan for a video on that one, but it hasn't happened in a while. I was gonna have a video of the one mod I made for the P1S, which was an AMS light riser. Not AMS light, a low profile AMS riser. But when I did the film, when I was filming it, it just didn't come out well. But yeah, that's the one mod I have in the P1S is a low profile riser. And the only reason I did that is I wanted better lighting, and that allowed me to run an LED strip in there. Yeah, I might have to do that. It's only the AMS3 slot that gives me a headache, though, and it doesn't happen that often. And the big mod I have in the A1 Mini is like vertically mounted the AMS light. So yeah, you can't tell right now, but actually I'll pan up and show you. Yeah, and it's just I just did a low profile riser, which is maybe a half inch to inch tall. I didn't need like the big, you know, some of those huge risers that are out there. I didn't need something that big, so I printed it in PETG. It has some vents. I put the glass on top of it and better lighting now. Because with the AMS on top of the printer, the natural lighting in my office just didn't, like when I was streaming and time lapses, this didn't come out that well. So, but with the lighting, it's a lot better now. But yeah, let me just pan up real quick, and I will show you guys the AMS light mount. Yeah, especially for PLA. Yeah, that's like I was a little worried with that mount that like it affect print quality a little bit, maybe some wiggling, but I haven't had any issues with it yet. And that's printed in that's Polymaker PLA Pro. I did that in their Pro for the extra toughness on it. Well, I have limited space for my printers because, like, I got like a 62-inch table right there, and half it's printers, and the other half's where I do a lot of my filming. So. Maybe, but at the same time, I've seen people mount these printers upside down and print just fine still. Yeah, it was either mount it like this or get a wall or mount it on the wall. My wall, I don't trust my walls to hold anything, so I mounted it like this. I think I just seen one on a Reddit that he mounted it like almost at a 90-degree angle on a piece of concrete, and it was crazy how well it still put in. Oh, let me check. Ooh, we're getting close. 18 minutes for the ETA. So yeah, this thing's almost done. Hey there, what's up? Welcome back. Yeah, we got about 15 minutes left now. Once it's done printing, I will take it off the build plate and give you guys a close-up. That way you can get up and close and personal with the print. Oh, let me take a look. It wasn't much. Where's my total filament? 160 grams total. So I'm still gonna have most of the spool left, and I think I'm gonna have some fun with this transparent filament. First time using a transparent PLA like this. Oh, and let me do a quick reslice to see how much this would take if I switched my infill. Let's just try good old classic gyroid. Okay, let's go 10% gyroid. See how much film this would be. Yeah, at 10% infill of gyroid, it's 364 grams. So almost half. Yeah. If not, wait, no. Yeah. That's a lot of material I'm saving. And like I said, this is transparent. Like I didn't want like a gyroid infill or something for this. I wanted, I did 5% lightning because I knew I was gonna get almost completely hollow model inside. So that's why I opted for the lightning infill. Anyways. And I guess an added bonus in my case was filament savings. Yeah, for most of my prints, I think for a transparent type filament, 500 grams is more than enough. Oh man, I'm starting to yawn. Getting tired. Staying up past my bedtime for this to finish up. I know y'all wanted to see how this ended, so gotta see this through to the end. Seven minutes. How heavy is the metal filled PLA that you used? Like, is it a lot of heft? Can you tell it's like metal parts in there? Okay, I was just on the ProPasta website. I think okay, it said the iron-filled PLA is magnetic. Oh, okay. That could be some interesting. I gotta think of a use for that, but I can think. I might be able to think of a foam print with that. Listen for the musical notes of it being done. I'm not sure if my mic picked that up or not. Okay, so I'm gonna give it a crack and see how it is. build plate's still a little hot. I'm gonna turn on my phone light so you can see the transparency. So yeah, it's pretty transparent. So yeah, no, I'm happy with it. So, but with that, I want to thank everybody that watched the stream tonight, and I'm gonna go pass out because I have to work in the morning. Yeah, thanks for watching. Not sure I'm gonna stream again. I'll probably stream maybe sometime this weekend, maybe Friday night. I don't know. Definitely, probably Saturday or Sunday I'll stream for sure. Not sure Friday, but expect a short on this in the next day or two, depending when I have time to finish it up and work on it. But again, thanks for watching, and catch y'all later. Goodbye.